All right. Hey everybody. I'm not sure how many of you are watching this, but all right. So we're gonna build an absence tracker meant for internal company use. I will be using Blitz.js and Chakra UI, and this is what I have at the moment. So right now, I only have the absence types and the holidays built in. I'm not sure about the whole functionality of the holidays. I got only New Year's Eve here. Okay, I don't have a design. I don't have a plan. You know, let's just wing it. All right, Code Cam. Hey Lazar. Hey buddy. Right. So right now we have defined 3 absence types that I can think of at the moment. We got vacation, days off, and sick day. I guess that's sufficient enough, you know, for a company to function. And we got the holidays placed here. So what do we need to do in the admin panel? I'm not sure. We can get back to it later, but we also got a place for the pending request, right? For example, if you're an admin, you would want to see all of the pending requests and act upon it. I guess accept them or decline them. So this is gonna be the place for that. We have a request a leave. I don't have a design for this, right? Maybe I already said that, but we'll just make it function first, and then we can do some stuff. Danielle at 7, thank you for following. Awesome, this is cool. Yeah, so I got this in place. Right now I only have the range functionality, so maybe we can continue working on that and then, you know, build upon it. So let's get down to business. We are in the pending. Let's just open the BlitzDB Studio. I think it was the command like that. BlitzDB Studio. Right, yeah, so we have some absences already submitted. Okay, declined reason, absence tracking period, absence tracking period. Okay, awesome. So let's just quickly test out if the admin/employee functionality works. Okay, I've changed my account to employee. I can log in now. I'm using a G Suite login. It's currently only on @halich.com domains, but we can configure, you know, later on if we want to expand that. Okay, so I'm not an admin right now, and all that I see is my dashboard. We can set some stuff here, like how many days I have used, of which type, and also how many days I have left. So we can do some I don't know, charting or numbering here. We'll see. And I also have the request a leave. If you notice, there is no pending requests and admin available for the non-admins. So I also got dark mode and light mode, which is cool. So let's get down to it. I'm gonna change myself to admin again. All right, log in. Nice. Okay, so we are going to work on the requests a leave. Here's how the DB looks like. I was thinking doing something in the line of absence tracking periods. For example, if a company wants to define its own period, for example, in our case, it's from 1st of July until the next year, right? But then you also have these 6 months of grace period where if you didn't use all of your free days, you can use them within those following 6 months. And I was doing some stuff with a tracking period and stuff like that, but I'm not sure at the moment how we can do this. So we have created and updated an ID. We have all of the absences that happened within that period. We have a date time from and to. For example, from 1st of July 2020 until 1st of July 2021. And we also have a grace period. I've set this quickly in to be an integer, but I'm not sure how we can. Maybe we can use a date time in this case. So let's just see what happens. I'm gonna switch over here and do Blitz DB migrate. And when we are, while we migrate, might as well enable the absence tracking period. Name of migration, enable absence tracking period. Cannot be executed. Added the required column period ID to the absence table without the default value. Okay, there are 5 rows in this table. It is not possible to execute this migration. Okay, let's see what happens. All right, so for example, my user relation has a user field and a user ID field. Both are optional. I have a absence tracking period and an integer here, which will be the ID. Okay, so we can't set right now a default value, so let's try setting this to be an optional parameter and see what happens. Enabled absence tracking periods. All right, cool. Okay, so let's proceed. Maybe it would be cool to develop the UI, to develop the maybe adding a default value. Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment what we can set. What do you think we should set? Because the periods will be, I'm not sure. It should be set at runtime. Let's just go with it and see what happens. Okay, so did the migration. Okay, so let's try to build in the admin page. Maybe we should try to build the absence period UI, where the admins will create their own absence periods, right? With the grace period and everything. Right now we have the grace period as a daytime. Okay. All right, so let's go to the admin panel. We have the day selector styles here. Okay, we have a grid with these columns. We have the absence types and holidays here. Okay, and the grid ends here, and then we have day selector styles. What is this thing doing here? Let's try to okay. Right, we have the grid, we have the day selector. Let's see if we can add another panel here. How do we add the panels? It's a stack with the card background as this. I need to probably create a style file for this. In the pages we have the admin. Okay, so I guess now we need some components, and we have the admin here, and let's create an absence tracking period.tsx. Right, we still import React. Okay, let's just go with the flow. Okay, we have the React here. We need the stack initially from Chakra UI core, and that would be it. Absence tracking period. Let's export it. Absence tracking period. Awesome. Now we can return a stack. We have the background here. All right, yes, use color value. Absence from Prisma, we don't need this. React goes onto the top. And we'll set the background to be the card's background. Let's do a hello. Let's add it to the admin panel. Okay, we got it here. It doesn't look good, but we can play around with it. Now, maybe we need to revise the template columns here. What if we were to put this inside the grid itself and do what, a row? Let's check out Chakra. And search for the grid. Okay, and there's a grid item. And these are all here, and we have template rows as well, and we have row span. Okay, and we have call span. Call span, call end, auto flow, template areas, template columns. All right. Row and row starts. Maybe we do something inside here. Nope, but I need this styling, so I'm going to steal it from there. Okay, looks okay. I just need to put it down here. So maybe grid is not what we need here, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4 grids. I have no clue what I did here, but let's just try to do it with just a flex box. Do we have a... Yes, we do. In Chakra there's a flex and there's a spacer. Okay, there's the boxes. All right, let's try that. We have flex, and now flex needs to be imported, and we don't need grid anymore. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, now we have all these, and let's try to add that spacer thing. Spacer, using the spacer. Okay, so spacer is just divides the items. Okay, full width equals spacing. Okay, that's not what we have in mind. How can we achieve this? Let's just get back to the grid, because I must have thought of it before. So what we have here is basically we have four columns on a very large screen, but we can see that that's not really the truth. But if we go on a smaller screen, it becomes one. So maybe we don't need this value, because we can see that we are starting with 2 columns here, so it should not make any difference. Right, yeah, so we have the 2 columns here, and then we immediately go to 1 column, and we have hello here. Okay, then I guess this works. Okay, so let's clean up a little bit here. We need the admin. We also need the absence tracking period, and let's just steal some stuff from here. We have a padding of 6 here. Do we have that in our stack? No, we don't. I need to find a way to define all these styles. Probably use some Chakra configuration or just separate components, and then we can reuse all of them here. Okay, that's cool. We have the headline, the heading here, and we have an icon button. I guess we can play around with this the same, but let's just, inside of the admin, let's just add a new component. Heading, like a panel heading type of thing. Panel heading. Alright, export default panel heading. We will return this guy. Let's import all of the stuff. Right, flex goes on top. We have a flex here, okay. It needs a single child. Icon button. Okay, set creating absence type. This happens when we click. So let's define our props. Panel heading props. We're going to have set creating absence type. It will be a function that accepts a boolean. Is creating, I guess. Boolean. Let's just go like this. Then we need the title, or just boolean. And then we have the title here. Create a new absence type. We could use the title as the area label as well. And that would be it. So this will be a React functional component with the panel heading props set. And we can have the panel heading props. So let's just destructure the set creating absence type and the title as well. And this should be good, yeah. And now let's just do the title here. Oh, we also need the icon. Right, so the icon should be an icon type. Okay, let's add that as well. We don't need this in our case. Icon type is missing the following properties. Now there's the icon type. Okay, I guess I need to create. In that case, let's go with React node. It's gonna be happy. Nope. Let's try this icon type. Can we do this? No, we cannot. Does not exist on intrinsic elements. Alright, that's weird. Maybe we can add a type instead of an icon, so that type can be add for now, or maybe none. Why not? Was it like a pipe? Yep, add or none. In this case, we have the type. Let's get the icon set up here, or not. Okay, we have the icon here. Now we need to create the icon and set it there. Let's try this. icon equals re add. Was it re add? Add line. Import it. And if we say icon like this, okay, it works. Now, based on the type, we can have the add, which will be this, pretty much the same. Now let's break it and let's add the none. What am I doing here? And let's add the none, which will be just a null. Can it be a null? To elements. God damn it. So this returns an icon type. And the icon type is just 6 elements. Well, then let's try this. Let's check the icon if we can make TypeScript happy. Let's see. Awesome. Then we don't need this. Alright, cool. We have the create absence type, we have the icon, we have the title, and everything else is pretty much done. So let's put this in use. Panel heading. We will say the icon is the add. The title, let's get it from here. And the set creating absence type will be set creating absence type. So whether if it's true or false, it'll be pretty much passed through. Let's see if this works. Okay, create new absence type, but that was... Alright, let's do this. He's creating. There we go. All right, for the holidays we have nothing, so let's try if that thing works as well. We have the flex and the divider here. So panel heading, title will be holidays, icon will be none, and then set creating we also don't need that one as well, because we don't have any icon buttons to click. And now it's missing, so we need to make those optional. So this needs to be optional and the icon needs to be optional, and then on click we need to do something about this. So if we have it set creating absence type, then let's just invoke it, which is possibly undefined. Okay, Visual Studio is just slow. Now this thing happens because we don't have an icon. Maybe we need to wrap this whole into a conditional render, the whole button basically, so we don't actually see anything there. All right, nice. And now let's get back to the absence tracking period and do the same. Panel heading, where we have the title will be absence tracking periods. Okay, and then we have the icon which still will be ri add line, just as we said before, and then set the creating absence type is creating. We can just leave it like a console log thing. What is this talking about? Let's check it out. Okay, so TypeScript needs a Boolean here in order for it to work. Which is declared here on type. Void is not assignable to type. Oh, right. Just like this, void. And now it's happy. Okay. Alright, cool. And now this is also works, so that's cool. Alright, so let's figure out a way to display the absence tracking periods. Alright, so that would be that would be a list. And that period, let's check out Prisma again. And we have the from and to. We have absence, but that needs to be optional, I guess. Are not supported. Type or type. Alright. Should we name this period? I don't think we need to name. What is an absence tracking period? Yeah, so an absence. Yeah, the idea behind it is, for example, to hold. Basically, I think we need this absence tracking period to hold every employee's days left, right? For example, each employee, let's just say they have 21 days of, vacation days. And for example, in the period of from 1st of July 2020 until 1st of July 2021, we have an absence tracking period, right? And every employee gets that many vacation days, like a capacity, right? And because we also have a grace period here, the idea behind it is in real life we have an overlapping, right? For example, in our case, from 1st of July until until New Year's Eve, we have days left from the old period, right? And then the new period kicks in on the 1st of July, and then we have new days, right? So in order to stack up these days, I thought maybe we can create something like an absence tracking period, right? And in the user, somehow link all of the users into that period and award, or give the free days, the remaining days basically. And while you are in the grace period, for example, I don't know, it's 1st of September and I would like to have 5 days of vacation, right? So I might have 3 days from the previous year, but I'm still in that grace period. But I also have 21 days since 1st of July, since the beginning of the new tracking period. So we want to be able to use the 3 days from the previous period and then just subtract 2 more days in this case from the new periods. Yeah, I would be very happy if we can find a more simpler way, maybe just, I don't know, like a cron job that can, if we do a cron job, for example, every year it adds 21 days, right? The thing about that is, for example, when the grace period ends on New Year's Eve, we need to subtract, we need to burn those remaining days that every employee didn't use. And it can be 5 in my case, it can be 10 in your case, right? But we cannot know that. We cannot know how many unused days did I have in the previous period unless we somehow, segregate those 2 types, right? Those 2 periods. So that's the idea behind it. I'm not sure how we can you know, achieve this and link this everything, but that's the idea behind it, so we'll figure it out as we go. So we have the absence tracking period here. Let's just not worry about, you know, linking it to the user, to the employee. Okay, we have the panel here, so we will need to show a list, maybe something like this, to show a list, maybe exactly like this, where when we press on the plus button here, instead of a new row, it can show a little pop-up, something like this, a new pop-up where we can show the calendar view there, and the maybe not the calendar view. Let's try this. I mean, we are using, let me check the library again. We have the React Day Picker. So that should be able to, we should be able to set, let's open the website. We should be able to set, yeah, this is it, from and to, right? So just two simple inputs, no calendars like this wide opens, and when the user clicks, we can show this little drop down and they can select it. Should it be just 1 month, 2 months, or similar? About what? About the grace periods, or? All right, let's, yeah. Well, just a number. I thought of it the same, right? I thought the same. That's why I had the, let's see, the grace periods used to be an integer here. So I thought, yeah, thank you. So I thought maybe it would be just simple enough to have a grace period in months. Or if we want to get fancy, we can set the precise date when the grace period ends, right? So it's just a bit more general, right? Maybe I don't know, maybe some companies want to do, I don't know, 70 days, right? Maybe we can create another date input field, but in that case, when we select the to, right? We select the from first, and then we select the to. The to field, the to date time will be the minimum date time of the grace periods. Yeah, so we would end up with 3 date inputs, 3 inputs like these. So I think that would be fairly general. So let's just try it out. We got the absence tracking period here. We have the plus here, okay. And just for the time being, we need to trigger a pop-up like this. So let's go to the holidays and remind ourselves how we did it. We have a model here, okay. We have a ref, and if it's open or not. Yeah, thank you. And we have on close. Okay, so let's do the same. Is it out of the stack? It's out of the stack, okay. In that case, we're going to need an empty fragment to box everything up, and let's do the model here. We have the model, say hello. And that model needed an initial focus ref, the reference of the element to receive focus when the model opens. Okay, that can be the from fields. We can definitely use that. Okay, so just use ref HTML input element. In our case, okay, it can be a different element once we set that, but let's see. It doesn't render any DOM node. Well, it does. Oh, okay. We need the model overlay and the model content. And inside we also have a model body and the model header and close button. Okay, I guess this makes sense. So let's just add those things. Auto close them. And then we need to import these guys. And we also need this thing here within the content. Let's close the body. Okay. This goes one level down. This is the header, this is the close button, and okay, so let's import all of these things. We don't have a selected date. Maybe we just say, I don't know, define a new tracking period, I guess. Makes sense. Oh, god damn it. Header, content, close button, body, and overlay as well, and model as well. So let's see, we have the content overlay. Let's just add these guys here. Put everything into a new line. Okay, so is it happy? We have the content overlay. Oh, right. And we have something here. It's probably missing the is open, right? Is open. So let's just define a state for that. Use state model open. Set model open. ed. Use state, which will be a boolean. Maybe we don't even need to define it, so it's false initially. And we'll just say set model opened, and there you go. What else is missing? On close is missing. On close, in that case, will be set model open to false. Okay, so plus define new tracking period. Hello. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, so then we need these input fields here. Day picker inputs. So what does this do? We have the day picker on change. It just sets the date here, and pretty much that's it. So let's grab it real quick. We'll see if we need the CSS later on. So model body, day picker input. Let's see how it looks like. It's missing the CSS. All right, so let's just provide the CSS if it wants it. Of course. So in holidays, let's see how we came up with the dark modes here. There's a class name called selectable, and there's a styling probably somewhere. Let's just change this to app components. No, the Tiger. Thank you for following the Tiger. It's awesome. It's really cool. Thank you. So let's see how can we style this to use our dark modes, you know, to reflect our dark mode and light mode, because it's definitely the same calendar widget that we have in the holiday section. We have customizing. All right, we have the CSS, we have the day picker props here. Date format. Style.css. We have the style here. Maybe we have the global CSS somewhere selected, so let's just add the class name and see what happens. I guess not. What if we change our theme? Okay, it does make a little difference. Oh, but the input does not have a class name now. Day picker props. Okay, in that case, I guess we should put it in there. Day picker props, right? And we have a class name in there. Oh, it's an object, of course. Class name will be the selectable class name. So instead of setting the class name to the input, we will set it to the day picker itself, to the little drop down that happens. Oh, but it's not that easy. Okay. Show outside days on day click selected, on month change disable days. We're going to need this. Let's just get over with this. So these are the disabled days. Nope. We need the disabled days. Is not decidable to type undefined. Oh, right. I don't need these guys, right? Okay. We wanna show the outside days just to be, I don't know, fancy. Okay. This needs to be true because we don't have a variable for that. And now what should we do about the styling? Because this is unacceptable. I remember doing some styling on this, but I have no clue where that style is now put. So let's search for something like this. Oh, day selector. That's the day picker. But we also we had the styles here, day selector styles. Okay, and it's a component, it's isolated. That's good. Bravo, Lazar. So let's see, how do we just import this file? Yeah, so we just import this file and it loads the styles into our component. Okay, maybe that could have been done a little bit better, but absence types, where was I? Absence tracking periods. So we just need to import the styles here. Import the styles here. Where are they? Okay, so the style is single. Let's just reload the page, force it to re-render, and it looks good on in white mode, but we are missing some major styling here. And it's also important in admin, in which I have the absence tracking period, so it should be pretty much the same, but I'm not sure why it's not picking up. Maybe a bug. It's definitely a bug. Okay, so let's do some digging. This has the class selectable. this, let's just make it not focused. Is it hover active? Was it active? How do we trigger this now? Okay, so there's the day picker input overlay wrapper. Yo. So let's see what happens. So we have the selectable here, and it should pick up the styles, but it's not picking up the styles. There's the selectable. And we had these styles defined as dot selectable, so it should presumably work. If it's a range, okay. Holidays. We have the day picker. We have the class name selectable. And then do we have the styles? We don't have the styles here, but we have them in admin. And the type is single. I'll add holidays and admin page. Okay, well then let's try to go. Not absences. Actually, yeah, absence. I think absence. Requests. Because we have the day selector here, and that day selector is basically this. So it also has its own logic for doing stuff, and inside, okay, it has its own styles inside of it based on the type. So what we need to see if it's possible, we have the day picker props here, but we need to see if it's possible to override the date picker from within the date picker input. Okay, I like this today button. Let's just go and add it. Alright, so let me show you the problem that we have here. We have the day picker input here, right? It has its own props here, and everything's cool. Now this date picker input within itself, it contains the day picker or the date picker, right? So if we were to enter not this guy, but select day selector, okay, in our case, if we were to pick the day selector, we can see that the style is here, but that's being rendered, I guess, as a separate component, and within the date picker, the input itself, the styles are not being passed on. So how can we achieve this? Well, it would have been cool if we can just simply add it, but not today, I guess. There's the inputs, but we need access to the day picker. We have the class name. Let's try, I don't know, let's just try getting this. I guess we can get rid of the admin one. It should not, oh well, we do need that for the holidays, so let's just move it to the holidays below here. I don't like this approach at all. Okay, so the holidays should be okay. Let's refresh. The holidays are okay. And now we need to just try to inject it here. If it makes sense, if it satisfies the case. But I guess it won't, so yeah. Oh, God damn it. Okay, so let's throw this back at admin, so we have it here, so it covers all of the use cases, because we will presumably not have a range inputs here in the admin panel, because we have from and to. Okay, that works. And then I guess let's just try to day select. Let's see how we can day selector. How can we use this? Okay, it's being used like this. Pick your days. It says pick your days. So this is the thing with single, multi, and range. Well, then let's reuse this, because we don't want to develop two different stuffs, and we have unselected days. Now let's add another type, which can be single, right? Or let's just use the day selection types. Can we use it like this? No. Okay, type of day selection types. Is it okay? Yeah. And we have the type here. So in this case, if the type where's the type? The type will be just all day selection types. All day select is object values. Well, we'll just set the type, right? So it should be okay. No, it's not okay. It's not compatible to type. Okay, so these are the values. So let's just export them. The type will be a string, or no. Let's just try this. We have the type here. Okay, and since we have the type value should be day selection types of type, and then we can use this. Nope, cannot be used. Well, then this is a problem, because we have a type. Well, it's not a type, basically it's an object. Single, multi, or range. I'm not sure why I did this like this. Maybe I should have used like an enumerator or like an enum, or I'm not sure, or just a type. So let's try to actually make it a type. So it's either single or Vasco, thank you for following. Awesome. Or multi. or a range. Does this make sense? So this is the only day selection types that we can have, but then I am using them like this here, and then we map through them. So is there a way in TypeScript to pull now these values? Okay, let's try that. TypeScript, get possible values of type, I guess. This is the type, yes or no, and it's an array, some magic function. Keep up the good work. Thank you, my man. Enumeration may help you here. So we have an enumeration. Okay, get enumeration values. And then yes or no. Okay, well, there's no enum. So just hard code them. Awesome. Okay, well then let's just try to create an enum, and then we can use that enum. Yeah, well, I think we're over engineering this. Let's just use an enum. Right, so we'll have it as a single, as a multi, or as a range. And that would be it. Now all day selection types, we're not going to need that, because we already know that these are the only values they won't change. And if I say, instead of type of, let's say, date selection types, then we have the type here, and then we can use the type here. Cannot find name type value. Okay, now when we are, now this is cool. Okay, automatically, and instead of mapping these values, let's just say single. What were they? Single, multi, or range. Set day selection type from index now. Okay, so I am trying to make my life easier with this, but I think I might be making my life harder with this, since we only want 3. I seriously don't want to copy paste these radio pills, but if that's the last resort, single, multi-range. Okay, now the selection type needs to be a day selection type, and we need to convert this guy. Or what if we try to do this? Like this. So it's an array of enumeration values. In that case, the DST will be the selection type, right? But then we also have the DST here, so I think it will look odd. Let's just check it. Yes, 0, 1, and 2, because they're indexed. I guess we can try to make, let's just export another function that will take the day selection type and return a string. I'm not sure we can. Let's just try TypeScript enum strings. Can we have string enums? I know we can have them in C#, but can we have them? Okay, all right, let's try it. Single, multi, and range. Nice. So when we try to render that here, are we going to get single? Awesome. All right, so is selected if the day selection type matches the awesome. And now the type here, we should have a default value for this guy. So let's check that as well. TypeScript type default value. Type property default value. Interface default value also, but that's not an interface. We don't need an interface here. Can we just do this in our case? Equals day selection types dot single as a fallback. I guess we can, and if we reload the page, awesome, right? So we can pretty much reuse this guy here. No, because in the other case, we don't want these pills to be rendered. We just want the day picker here. So what can we do? Let's reload the page. This should not be selected. Okay, and where do we use this? The request a leave. Okay, so request.tsx, we have the day selector, and then let's just say the type will be day selector types.single, because we want that to be initially, but we also want the type to be optional. Okay, now if type does exist, we want the pills to show, otherwise we're not interested in them. But then can this guy work? Day selection type, if it's a range, then do this. Otherwise selected days will be just selected days. So we only say if we're a range, it has modifiers, then we don't do modifiers, and that's amazing. Okay, and if we are in range, then do some stuff like this. Otherwise just return the selected days, which that's what we actually want. What is this now? Day selector type? No. Day selection types. Day selection types or single in our case, right? Okay, so this should work. If I refresh, single should be highlighted. Okay, and if I go to admin, if we press on plus, when we add that stuff here, where were we? Period here. Okay, instead of an input, we should have the day selector, right, without a type, but now it wants something different on selected days. Okay, on selected days, we'll just log them just for now. We should see the day picker, but we should not see the pills at the top. So that's cool. Okay, so now this is going to look not really good, to be honest. So what can we do with this? Maybe show, just like we have here in the holiday section, maybe we should show 2 calendars and then just treat it as a range, right? So the admin can set, I don't know, for July, 1st of July, and then go until the next July and click it again. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe that makes sense. But then we are doing the range stuff, so it should be selected here, and if we say the type is range, then oh god, then the pills will show up, and that's not cool. We don't want that. So maybe it makes sense if we remove the pills from there, use a different component for the pills and then feed the data to the day selector here. If we were to do that, set selected days, and day selection type is just this. Okay. Mrois, thank you for following. What should we do? How should this look like? Because this doesn't please me at the moment. It doesn't look good. A new tracking period, man. If this guy just worked on Dark Team, we would have been done by now. I mean, this is just perfect. The styling is not good. We have to make this work. We have to make this work. Hey Esau, hey. I'm doing good, thank you. You? Everything alright? How can we style this? Just board encoding, that's the way to go, man. How the day picker appears in the overlay. Use the day picker props. All of the day picker props. Okay, and what? CSS and HTML. We have the class names here. We have the event handlers, which we don't need. I have the styles ready. They're in a separate TypeScript file. I just need to tell this day picker props that you are the selectable. You are that selectable. You have the selectable class, and here is the CSS, and just, you know, just pick it up. I'm not sure why it doesn't want to pick it up. Is there an is open property to the day picker input, because that can help us at least debug and see why it doesn't work. So day picker input, let's just give it another go. So we have day picker props. I am not giving up on this. We have the props here. Then we say class name equals selectable. Was it selectable? Class name is selectable. All right. So, and we moved the styles to the admin. So we should have them here. And now let's see what happens. Okay, now let's see is open on key up, on picker hide, on picker show. Oh god, components. Okay, so what is this component thing? I guess this is I guess this is the component that's going to render the input. Yeah, it's not what we're interested at. Format key, keep focus. Well then please do keep focus, I don't know. Hide on day click. On day change. Focus on key up. Show overlay. Style. It is not that. Let's just take a peek at this guy here. So this guy basically adds these CSS styles to the head. So they're not CSS modules, and that means they won't get any hashed values after the class names. So these are the classes, and let's just try to find a way to make this input not go away when we do some, I don't know, clicking away from it. So keep focus doesn't work. Click on select day. What if we were to do this? Oh man, this library. I'm not really happy with this. This should be simple enough. And now it's gone. We had some overlay stuff here, which is the show overlay. Well, then let's just show the overlay. God damn it, that's that. No? Okay, but if I click away from it, no? Okay, cool. Alright, so then we can get into it. So we have the selectable here, and we can see that, right? And if we search for that class, let's see. We have the CSS here, and that's the CSS we actually need in order for this to work. Only three. How many classes did the styles had? Well, we certainly have a bit more styles than this, but they are getting lost somewhere around. So we only have 2 styles. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so what if we were to do this? Like this. SJM back, thank you for following me, babe. Thanks a lot. Alright, so day selector styles. We are forcing these styles here. It should be duplicate, and it's not optimal, but it still doesn't work. So if we search for a selectable thing, we still have 3 results. These are not the only 2 classes that I have in these styles, so I'm not sure. Okay, so if this is a range, well, I guess, yeah, I guess they are, because right, we don't have the range set up. Background color, what kind of, okay. Okay, I think I know what the issue is. It's not the style. I think we already have the style. If we can see the little green stuff. Yeah, I remember now. The background, the background of the calendar widgets is basically transparent, and that's why we have these guys here, right? For example, the weekends are gray, but I think they are white with opacity. And if you show that on a white background, then those will not be shown, right? So what we actually need to do here is make this overlay background. Yeah, we should change the style of the overlay. Let's try that. Overlay components. Let's see how can we override this guy. React day picker overlay components. We have a custom overlay, and then the custom overlay is a div. It has some props in there, yada yada yada, and then we have the children in here. Okay. So in that case, we can try to, what do we have? Class names, selected day. There's a button here. Yeah, but we don't need that. And then just the children. Yeah, so we only need the children here, and we can return these children, but probably wrap them in a chakra component, like a box or a panel or whatever this is. We have the background here. Okay, so let's try that. Let's get the box component. Let's render the children here, but the box component will have the background as specified there, or some lighter variant, and there we go. Okay, all right, so this background, I think it's too dark for this case, but as you can see, the overlay, it opens up within the bodies, so it pushes the body, you know, the body of the panel. So if we wanted to do outside of the panel, then probably we need to search for a popover or some component like that, if we can achieve that. So let's try. There's a popover component. Trigger the popover, and then the popover is here. Awesome. But what do we want? We have the trigger here, and we have the content here. Awesome. So let's try to do that. Okay, we have the background there. Overlay component. Now the overlay component needs to be the popover content, but the day picker itself, the input itself, needs to be the popover trigger. So rendering the popover in a portal. Okay, so then we are rendering the popover in a portal. Maybe that can work. Let's try. Let's just get this guy here. Instead of the button, we can say you're going to be the day picker inputs. But then get the popover content, you know, deleted from here. Wait a minute. There's a popover body. God damn it. We do not need this. And also the close button, we don't need that. And now let's return that popover content with that box inside. Let's import everything that's missing. Okay, then one by one. I don't mind. And the body. So will this make sense? I'm not sure. Nope. But instead here, what if we render this in a portal? So it's outside of the trigger, because it doesn't make sense to be inside of the trigger. Let's just reload. There's a chakra portal somewhere here. me just see. Nope. This does not do us. Nope. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's not Chakra, it's not the popover trigger or anything like that. The only issue that we have now, right now, is, for example, the date picker input. We have the input, and within that input we define the overlay. And if there was a way to actually, I don't know, let's try not to use a popover in this case. Let's just render it in a portal, so it's outside, so it's away from the model itself. It's in a separate own structure in the diff. Hey Mario, how are you? And now we cannot see it, and that is the issue. It is there. I mean, this is the guy. This is the portal. It's a portal within a portal. But as we can see, there is the. Let's try to do. Oh, God damn it. Now even that doesn't work, because the model itself is being rendered in a portal, right? This guy here, the define a new tracking period, this guy is being rendered in a portal, and we want to do another portal when we press this button, and this is the first portal that we can see here, and then another, the second portal instance is our calendar widget. And as you can see, it's being pushed down. Yeah, as you can see, I have no clue what I'm doing, but we'll get there. We'll definitely get there. Alright, so this is a nasty feature. We want to achieve everything. That's the idea behind it. Not cool. Man, this is not cool. What if I were to style this box? For example, can we add a position? Absolute. And then, nope. And then do the position. No, relative here. And then probably do a position fixed. No, absolute. And that was the fix. That is the fix. Why am I over engineering stuff? This is it. Just put it into an absolute with the model body as the relative position, and there we go. And if we click stuff, it should work, but we don't have the events hooked up. So let's do that. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So this was the model. Thanks for following, Mario Sazdov. We should grab a coffee, man. I haven't seen you in like years, literally. Okay, we are done with this guy here, the selector. We are done with the popovers and everything else. Okay, I don't like the padding that's going on here. Let's just check real quick why. Now this is the body, and this is the header. That's the header, that's the body. We have a padding of 16 and 24, so maybe we should do something. Padding y should be 4, padding x should be 3. Does that equal 16 by 24? That did nothing. (16 by 12). I'm not sure if Chakra uses the 8 pixel grid. Did that thing change? Let's like do some drastic stuff. Okay, so we have 20. That's a lot. We want 16. No. 16, yeah, by 24. Okay, then we have 16 now, and we need to probably add a 6, and then we have the consistent padding here. That was the section, that was the header, and this diff is our body, and it's 16 by 24. Okay, now it's consistent. Now we just need to name this. We need to style this as well. So is there input, like input props? We have the input props, yeah, but we want to use we probably want to use a Chakra input, so this, you know, this feels like a complete thing. This guy here. Let's dig deeper into the inputs props, and let's see what's. We got nothing in them. It's just an object. React. They picker input props. There is the API. We have the input props. Let's just check again. Overlay component. So we can use a separate overlay for the component, which didn't do as good. Oh, we have the components. So what is this? The component class to render the input field. Awesome, awesome. We don't need this guy. In that case, we can just say component, and then we can use an input component from Chakra. Okay, we'll definitely get some props here. Okay, let's do that, and let's just add those props here. Nice. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so now we just need to add a label to the left and then move this input to the right. All right, we are getting there, guys. We are getting there. Let's put them into a horizontal stack, because they will always be horizontal. Let's add some text here. Do we need to use like a typography? Yeah, we have text here. Why not? Yeah, let's go Chakra all the way. Let's do a text here. We'll say from. Let's just make it from text. No, not that text. This text, yes. And do we have like a spacing or like distribution to the. No, just a stack. Is that the company that you shared on the community? Yeah, that is the company. This is codecamp.com. You can check it out. So we have the from here, but I need to see if the stack components. Oh, we can use the spacer. Let's get the spacer, and this is the text, and then we add the spacer, and then we have the, maybe the spacer doesn't work with stacks, but it actually does. So we have the from, lovely. Then we add another stack. We'll just say 2, right? And then we add another stack, which will be the grace period. And then we have the input here. And when we hook everything up, we can. Awesome. Oh, well, this is not really awesome, but it's probably a z-index thing. Let's see. component. Input is this, overlay component is okay. So let's try Z index. I'm not sure. Let's just play around. Let's say 10. I don't know. Let's just start small and well, that fixed it or not. Oh yeah, we need the Z index applied to this guy, but let's just do not, you know, repeat ourselves and say okay, overlay component will be that with the Z index, with the children. There we go. And now let's just use that in peace whenever we just need it, like this. That's the overlay component configuration. Little by little we can start isolating stuff into their own. Objects are not valid for React children, but they are. Let's see. No, they're not. Object with keys, class names, months, select input, blah blah blah. If you meant to render a collection of children, use an array. We don't necessarily want that. So what if we were to do this? To actually render that stuff. No. Expected a string. Okay, so we have a function that returns JSX. And I don't understand. Hey Ilya, how's it going, man? Object with keys. What if we're to do this? I know it makes no sense, but let's try everything that we can. So now, does this look any better to you? If you mean to render a collection of children, use an array instead. No, I don't mean to render a collection. It's just a simple method that I'm going to keep in the overlay components. And then just, it's like simply copying, pasting stuff. I mean, oh, wait. I need to destructure this guy. Yes. The box is not the issue. The children are a prop from the whole thing. This should work. Okay, so let's check it out. Nice. Okay, we want to space these things now. So maybe put all of, you know, these three horizontal stacks into a vertical stack. And add a gap. No. Spacing, yeah, spacing. Let's just see what works. No, but the alignment should be flex start or just start. Let's see. Oh. This is the stack and these are the items. Now all of the items Hey, thanks for following, Ilya. We have the items here. Now these three stacks, we want them to just stretch out. I mean, what if we were to do stretch? Awesome. So this is a lot of spacing. Let's just keep it down. Okay, define a new tracking period. From which dates to which date, right? And then we have the grace periods. And then we have the grace. Let's just reload and make sure that we don't have any errors before proceeding. We do have errors. Check the render. Function components cannot be given reference. Attempts to access this ref will fail. Do you mean to use forward ref? Check the render method of day picker input. Okay, so this guy probably, the overlay components is probably doing this. Okay, so it needs a reference. So how can we pass the reference? Forward ref. Okay, let's see. React forward. Forward ref. Functional component, and then just add TypeScript to make everything more complicated. Forwarding refs. Okay, we have. Okay, so instead of just having this ordinary functional component, we can just say forward ref, right? Where was it? Yeah, forward ref. That can get all the props and the forward refs. So let's just close this guy here, get the children, decouple them, but also get the reference, forwarded reference. Okay, and I guess do the ref as the forwarded ref. Let's clear it out. But then I guess it needs a, let's see. Yeah, it's going to work, but or maybe it won't work, I don't know. Attempts to access this reference will fail. Did you mean to use React forward ref? Check the render method of day picker input. It's definitely that. I mean, it must be that. Is there a way to manually set the reference to the... No. So I guess it's the overlay. I guess it's the overlay since it's an ordinary function component, but it needs the reference to access. I'm not sure why the overlay, but still. What happens? What happens if we don't have the overlay component like this? Because it's just a box. I guess we'll see some white. Yeah, that's it. Are any overlay props? Nope. Style. Okay, let's try overriding the style. I guess then just use a background of, let's go black without having an overlay component. So the first input, the from input, yeah, it's for the input, it's not for the overlay. So style. Then we have a day picker props. And what if we add class name style? No. Dead Killer 42, thanks for following. It's awesome. Thanks a lot, man. All right, so this looks good. The only issue is if we could find a different way than overriding the overlay component, like do some styles, because the only reason why we want to overlay we want to override the overlay component is add an absolute position with a Z index and then a background. If these were the styles, then maybe we need to find a way to not override the overlay component but add props to it. Oh man. We have the style, but that's not it. We got children, we got class names, CSS. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? I'm not sure. Okay. Access this ref. React day picker, bam. React day picker, okay. Having the same issue. Please, an example to reduce this. Custom refs in the day picker input so that on submit picks up the changed value, but it seems that they get appended by the component logic. And this is the component, and we have the props here. Okay. Yeah, a class. So this guy says we can do a forward ref, but without passing the ref. So this guy says input props ref is null, solved it for me. Okay, let's just see if this works. No. Forward render function, blah blah blah. All right, so let's just get back to this. Let's try to add, where's the input? This guy here, input props ref, right? No. Equals null. And now it doesn't exist. Of course. But okay, I added only on this guy. So let's try to add it on all of the components. Maybe even the ref thing functions. God damn it. Alright, so there we go. Let's just see if it actually works. Okay, we have the error disabled, but we might need to go back. Alright, so then we want to change, we want to listen. We want to listen when they change, right? Okay. Okay. Alex, thanks man. Thanks for following. So we need to change, we need to keep that from date, set from date, right? Use state as a date. Also to date, set to date. And also grace date and set grace date. So you want to keep all of these things. And this is the overlay. No, this is the day picker input from. So on day change, what is this? This is a date. Awesome. Set from date will be day. Then we say save the to date, and then we save the grace date. Okay, we can keep these now. Let's try to log them and see if they are being set. If they are actually being set, or we do have the problem with the reference. So 13th of November. They're not being set. Awesome. Let's try to resist using Chakra inputs just to see if everything works, and then let's just find a way. Nothing is being set. Oh, okay, things start to appear, but not for the first one. What is the difference? Wait a minute. The second thing works because we don't have the overlay components. See, I missed the lines here. So the input props is okay. Even the component, I think it's the overlay component that's doing the issue, right? Let's see that. Yeah, we have the first date, 10th of November. Okay, let's say 19th of November. There it is. Okay, so it's the overlay component. Yes, this guy is doing all of the problems. This guy, because of course, even if we lose these. So let's just enable these and see if we get the events. Of course not, it needs the reference. And this is killing me. Okay, so let's see how we can override successfully. React day picker, overriding the overlay components. Okay, so what if we were to do this and change not to a unnamed function, but then just a function overlay component, right? Then it returns stuff. Is this happy? Now we are missing the background. So we need to find the sound, but let's just, I don't know, let's just add a black just so we can see if changing this into a function works. So it puts the function to the top level instead of being a local one. So again with the refs, so it's not going to work either. So how does this work? I mean, I don't see the ref here, or maybe it's in the props. That could be, right? Maybe it's being passed on here because this is the top level diff. So let's check it out. Maybe that's the thing. No, it's not the thing. Man, this library. We got the children here, we got the props here. I'm not sure what's left, you know. We have the children. Oh god, for fuck's sake. We need to spread the props, otherwise it's looking for a props name within the props. But let's just get the rest, name them props, and then spread them again. Okay, makes sense. Hey Rocky, thank you, man. And again, it's god damn it. Oh, wait a minute. It actually works, but it still complains. So this is again with the reference. Okay, let's just ignore this. React does not recognize the class names prop on a DOM element. If you intentionally want it to appear in the DOM as a custom attribute, spell it lowercase, of course. But let's try something here. We need to find this guy. Right, so before actually doing this, let's just console log the props, and we can only get the reference for the overlay. Of course. Now let's check it out. Okay, we have class names, input, which is null, month on blur, on focus, and probably the input is the actual ref, I guess. Because the rest of these things, I'm not sure they actually matter. Let's try to get the inputs from them and leave the props here. No, we don't need them, but just add the ref as the input. Is going to complain probably, or not. Give it some time. But if we could only get the ref, because that's what we're after. No, it's not. It's not the inputs. So the thing is, from all of the props, this is a box, right? What if we were to transform this box into a div, and now position and z index will not work because they are chakra stuff. So let's just wrap them in a style. Position will be absolute, and z index will be 10. Even the background we can somehow extract it later on from the chakra theme, but let's just keep it black and let's see. Right, so we have the props. All right, refresh. Are you kidding me? Function components cannot be given refs. Attempt to access this ref will fail. Did you mean to use forward? No, I didn't mean to use forward ref. This is getting... So it works, but it throws this ugly error. React does not recognize selected day. Okay, then let's just get it out of the way. Let's get these guys here. All right, selected day, children, props. We need the children here. Yeah, we don't need the selected day. We don't need the class names as well, but might as well just add them to the div, and then again with the styling. Okay, then we can probably combine them. We're not interested in the selected day, and then whatever props are left, just append them here and then render the children. That's the whole idea. Nope. Complaining about the refs again, even though everything else, you know, works. So we still see some complaining. Check the day, the render method of day picker input. What if this is the guy? I mean, we have to shoot in the dark here, but I don't see any other options. Yeah, so it's basically the input ref, right? In that case, can we get the box back? It's going to get the class name. I mean, this box thing doesn't necessarily do any special stuff, but let's just keep it chakra. And we're going to need to get this thing as well, the actual background that we want, because right now if I change the color to white and then we see this stuff here, but which we don't want. So let's try to do this. Probably now add the background, and we have the background here. Let's just leave this just in case. We have the overlay components, but let's just get the props that we want to render. Do the props here, but then also get the background as the card background. Will this make sense? I guess it won't. No, it won't. Okay, well then, I guess we have to use this. But this is a function. It should be alright, no? There is neither a React function component nor a custom React hook function. React components names must start with an uppercase letter. Okay, does that solve the problem? It actually does. Yeah. Oh, goddamn. Well then, alright, I guess. but the background should be outside of the style, because right now we have a chakra component and that's what we're all about. And we need to replace these guys with a capital O. Okay, let's just confirm that everything works. It works, it works. Let's go to light modes. Trigger them again, awesome. Maybe let's add a little rounded corners here. Rounded what? Small, medium, what is the API for this? String number border. Oh, let's go small, let's see how it looks like. Medium. Yeah, it reflects the modal radius. Okay, we got that. Well, we have everything, I guess, in place. The only thing is the input. What should we create? Should we create a different function for the input control? Let's try. Input components. Okay. We'll get okay, let's just get class names. Well, let's see if we get the selected day, right? I'm not sure we are going to get the children because there are no, I mean, it's an input control. Let's get rid of the background here because that makes no sense, and let's just spread out the remaining props. Right, first we need to console log the selected day and then return a chakra input, right? Then return a chakra input, yes, with the props, whichever they might be, and then the value should be the selected day if it exists. So let's no, wait a minute. The component should be the input components that we just created. Okay. Then I can extract all of this into a separate component, because we can see we're just copy pasting ourselves and then just doing the on day change. So that would make it easier. Of course not, man, of course. God damn it. Do we at least get the day? No, we don't get that. What do we actually get? We have a placeholder. Oh, we have a value. Well, then selected day. We don't need that. We don't need this as well. So the value will just inherit itself as a prop. There we go. And if we say this to 5, okay, awesome. 18, 20. But we still have problems with the refs. We have to fix that. We need to fix that. And we are definitely sure that it's in the component. I mean, check this out. Let's ditch the overlay for a second. This error will still be present. So here it is. Okay, so let's get the overlay back and then just ditch the input component. And the error will be gone. So it's something with the input controller. Here it is. Why can't we use Chakra input for this? Customize the day picker inputs. This is the overlay. Use input with states. Just overrides input components, not the overlay. Input props. Yay, we don't want that. Is there a way to get the props from Chakra? For example, we have the input. Is there a way to get the props, the default props, for example, from the Chakra input and then move them, you know, pass them into the input props? Maybe that would be what's going to actually work, you know, the only. I guess not. All right, look. We're going to ditch this. I'm getting tired, so you can ditch this. We can say input, not input props, but actually style. God damn it. Let's just say border. God damn it, 1 pixel solids. Yeah. What is this? It's not going to be pretty much, it's not going to be same for dark mode, but desperate times call for desperate measures. So we got the border, we need the border radius. Which is 4 pixels. It looks like something, okay, that's not bad. But then we probably need some padding. I don't know, 5 or 4. God damn it. Look at this thing, look at this thing. Wait a minute. We have the card background, right? All right. And then we can try. All right, let's check this out. Let's say the background is the card's background. Okay, but then even this field, you know, we can get even this field. So something like this. Instead of card background, we can say input border. So when we're in the light mode, we can say white alpha. Was it white alpha? Let's try this. Use breakpoint. Use theme. Use color mode value. Chakra. Use color mode value. Come on, guys. Color modes, yes. Light mode, dark mode, okay. Yeah, and we just need the theme, I guess. Default theme. Not really. White. Nope. All right. So when it's on light mode, the color was D7, D7, E2, and I guess gray 300 would be close enough, or 200. We will see, right? So let's do that. Let's start with 300, and on dark modes, instead of 800, let's go with 600 and see what happens. All right. Oh, let's just get this in line like this. Oh, but then I need the color. Let's see if... Oh. Yeah, because we're not setting the... We need Chakra to basically get the variable like gray 500, but then return the hex value so we can set it inline in CSS. What if we say use theme, and then we have the theme? Do we have the palette as well? In that case, we can use breakpoint value. No, not use breakpoint value. God damn it. Or wait a minute. Let's just say theme. Use theme, exactly. And then instead of a string, let's just return theme dot what? Let's check out what we're getting there. So absence tracking period. There's the theme. So the theme, okay, we have colors, nice. There's the black alpha and white alpha, okay. Nice, but then we actually want the gray. So theme dot colors dot gray dot 300. No, not this. Come on, Lazar. And there we have the, okay, awesome. So this is the whites. We can just say white, and there we go. I mean, it can even stay like that, but this is the 800. This is the 600. This is the 300. And in this case, let's just add white just to be, you know, consistency. White. So the card background variable will actually contain the hex code now, not the strings. That was the issue. So if we were to refresh this, right, we go to the admin panel, we get rid of the breakpoints. Okay, now let's go dark modes. Okay, background doesn't make sense. this guy doesn't make sense. Let's see what the background is. RGB. And that's darker than we actually want. But then the input, what if we say input props and then get all of this and add the style? Oh, like this. Will it be happier? I guess it will. Yes. We have some trouble with the dark stuff, but okay. So let's just say input style equals this, right? And every time we want input props, there's your input style. No, not like that, but just the style, so we don't actually override this. So we can say style equals input style. All right, lovely. Now we need to be clear with these and fix the darker background. Okay, so the card background dark mode is 800. So let's go down to 600. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's not that. What about 700? 700 seems okay, right? But I also dig this look. Yeah, this looks cool, but we don't want that right now. And this is not bad as well, so let's just go with the flow here. Okay, we forced these stupid inputs. What is this? Okay, we forced these inputs to look like Chakra inputs, right? Let's just add an input here for reference if we are missing some stuff, right? So we can see the height is different. The height is 40 pixels. We can fix that. Height equals 40. There we go. Now let's check on the padding. It's 16, right? So padding is 4 in this case, but 4 as in pixels. So it can stay 4, but then we need to say padding left equals 16 and padding right equals 16. Right? There's our input now. Nice, we have 4 by 16. It looks pretty much the same, except the outline styling here. But now this is a full-blown component, so maybe we just don't need to stress out about the outline. So I think this is pretty enough for it to work. Okay. All right, we got that. Let's ensure that we also have the from to and grace dates. We do. All right. So the next thing to do is maybe make these disabled and let them, force the users to input them one by one. In that case, we'll set the from, right? When we set the from value, we need to set the grace period minimum dates to be the 2, not the from, the 2, right? So for example, we have, let's say 15th of November until, 29th, right? And now the grace period needs to be 29th or later, right? We can't have the grace period end before before the actual period ends. So let's try that, or just get the to date. Get this guy here. Let's say, do we have like disabled style? Disabled? No. Input props. Let's just say disabled. Let's see if it works. Nope, it does not respect that. So let's get back to this guy here and say input props. No. Input props. There we go. In props. Other props to pass to the HTML. So no. Additional props to add to the input component. The value key is ignored. Use the value prop instead. So the input component, and the input component is just I guess an HTML input, nothing fancy about that. Yeah. And if we say disable, it still triggers the pop-up. So we need to find a way to prevent that calendar to open. All right, let's try to set the minimum date, and we can deal with that later. Format data, input props, date picker props. Nice. From to number of months. The modifiers, customization. Next month. Reverse minimum. No. React date picker minimum date. What's the prop before and after? Disabled days. Okay, so disabled before 2. Let's try that. We have this, we have disabled days, right? Before is what, a date time? Yeah, awesome. Before to date. And if that's undefined or null, it will be undefined or null. Awesome. So I cannot pick these now, right? And if we were to change this to be, I don't know, 10th of November, we can go up till until 10th, but we cannot go before 10th of November. So that's amazing. All right, that's cool. Yes, so this is disabled. We got that working. Let's reload and see what happens. Just, you know, the first thing that the user sees are just empty inputs. Let's go with the real deal. Let's say 1st of July 2020 until 1st of July 2021. And now the grace period cannot be November, nor December, nor January, but it needs to be, if we want to, if we want not to have a grace period, we'll just say 1st of July, right? But in our case, we can say 31st of December. And that makes total sense. Also, what is this now? No overload matches this call. Before is not assignable to type undefined. To date, or let's just say new dates, because right, yeah. And it also makes sense. For example, if we are adding, I mean, 99.9% of the use case will be adding, you know, preparing the administrator, preparing the periods in the near future. So if we say just new date, that means it's today, right? And if we go here, we cannot go to end the grace period before today. So I think it makes sense. We cannot go do stuff in the, you know, in the past. So this is doing stuff in the future. All right, so we got all of these things, right? Let's check the Prisma. Okay. What is this? It's not this guy. It's Prisma, the first one. So automatically set. This is just now. Absences will be an empty array. From and to, we got those. In grace period, we got that, and it's active. What does that mean? Is active? Maybe is active will be automatically set if the current date is greater than or equal to from, will be true until the grace period. Yeah. So I'm not sure we actually need the is active. I'm not sure we actually need to keep that in the database. I'm not sure if we should keep that in the database. I don't know. Is active. Let's just keep it there and we'll decide later on. Okay, so now we need a little submit button, and then we have the period. There's the last stack. We can say button yes please. No, button has children, which will be submit. Does that make sense? It does make sense. Let's check it out in light, in plain light. All right. It's not bad. Now we get to the good parts. We have a button. Now let's create a function called submit, or like create absence period, right? We can just console log these guys from date to date and grace date for now. Okay, we have the button on click. This will happen. And now let's start doing some Blitz.js stuff, right? This is the absence tracking period. Okay. And it's inside of the absence tracking periods. I mean, it's inside of the admin. Let's check the holidays. Yeah. So what we need to do, where are the holiday stuff? We have mutations and queries. I need to clean this up. This looks like, it looks confusing, but let's just go for it. Absence periods, right? We'll do a new folder called mutations, and inside we can say create absence periods.ts. We can get the context from Blitz. We can get the absence tracking periods create arguments. Dicky man, hey, thank you for following. Right, so let's just export a default async function. Let's just take a peek. We have an async function. All right, this is the input. We have the peek with the data here. All right, cool. We can get that. No, type input type is this, right? Now we have a function, an asynchronous function that gets this data and gets the context, right? So we're going to do that. Function create absence period. It's going to get the data, and this will be the input type. Let's just do this with a capital I. In the context. Awesome. Now we can say context.session.authorize admin. So no other user can create no other user can create an absence period, right? Only admins can do that. That's cool, right? We just have the DB here. This happens on the server side, so we are safe to do the DB queries. We have the data dots, we have the absences, which we're not into that right now. We have the created from Grace is active to updated. Awesome. So now data dot created is equal to new date, because we want to do it now. Data dot updated, let's just add it a new date, because we don't want to set that to be the thing. Okay, so data dots, we can do some stuff here. For example, also check on the server side if the grace period is earlier than the 2, and then we can throw a kind of an error if we want to do that. I'm not sure if we want to do that, so let's just keep it simple. Const period equals db.absence tracking period dot create, right, where the data is just data, and then let's just return the periods. Okay, and that's the API call right there. That's the mutation. Okay, so let's just create a new folder called queries, and inside we can say get all absence tracking periods.ts. Again, import context from Blitz, import also DB, but also from DB, but absence tracking periods arguments, I guess. Yeah, we have the type called, let's just say props. I'm feeling lazy, so it will be the pick from absence tracking periods arguments. I guess the selector includes. Let's go visit the query and see what we've done there. Get holiday, not get holidays. Find many holiday arguments. All right, so find many absence tracking period arguments. Nice. We're not interested in this. Right, where order by select. All right, where or order by or select if we want to do the API. Pretty generic. And again, export default async function get holidays in this case, and we also get these. You know, if you notice the pattern, we define the second type from the in the pick type with these pipes, right? It's either where, order by, or select, or any of them, right? And that's what we actually get here in the in the arguments. So that's what's going on here. Get all absence tracking periods. Nice. Where, order by, and select. That would be the props. Pretty original. Okay, and then the context. Yeah, we want to be authorized right now. So right now it's a single tenant. But if we were to make this multi-tenant, then we need to not just authorize the user, for example, but find out, you know, like have a concept of company, and that company, and you know, everything will revolve around that company. So when we say, okay, get me the absence tracking periods, we're gonna get the user, get the company. Jorge Cerato, thanks man, thanks for following. Right, and we get the company, get the user, we get its company, the user's company, and then we query the absence tracking periods for that company. That's the, we need to do that, but I guess not today. So let's just make sure that the user is logged in, right? So that's the, maybe we can also say the admin, right? And only the admins can get the periods, or not. Then just, let's just give them away. So const periods, we need to say, okay, await db dot absence tracking period, right? Find many. We have the where, we have the order by, and we have the select if we want to project stuff, and then just return periods. And that's the query. Okay, so let's get back to the front end here and use them. Clean up the mess. Okay, now we're going to import the use query and use mutation from Blitz, because we're going to use them. Yes, and below these guys, let's say, okay, const periods, no, I guess periods like this, equals use query, right? The query function. The query function will be get all absence track, but let me just copy this, I don't want to type it in again. So I'm going to import that from app/absence periods queries that, and set it here with an empty function, and we have the periods. We also have a cool thing which is called isLoading, which can give us, like, you know, a boolean, and we can act upon it. For example, if currently is loading the absence tracking periods, we can show like a skeleton or a little spinner thingy. Let's just get it for now, and we'll see later. But then we also have, instead of just periods, right, we have the mutation. So let's just, I'm still new to this thing. So update existing, right? This was straightforward. Yeah. So create new periods. Let's call it like this. Use, not query, use mutation, and we need to import it. We import that, create absence periods, import from app absence periods mutations, bam, create absence periods. Nice. We have this function now. What is this? Oh, okay. Handle create period submit. I don't know. I guess this makes sense, or maybe not. But still, yeah, we have this, and then we have this create new period function, which we can use. Let's just try and catch some stuff just to have it there, and we can say, all right, period equals await create new period, and then we need to add some data inside. There's the data. What will that be? We'll say the from is from date, the to is toDate. The grace period is grace date. And what else? That's it, basically. Basically, that's it. And this, what is this now? String or date, and the from date is date or undefined. Yeah. Okay. What should we do with this? Because it can be undefined, right? We are setting these guys here. What if we set them to a new date, like today? Okay. What's missing is active. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so let's just go back to the Prisma schema. Make this a boolean, an optional boolean, and do the Blitz db migrate. Made is active optional. There we go. Yarn start again, and we have the periods here. Right, okay. Now, the cool thing about this, the use query, instead of just is loading, we can also say refetch or fetch more. No, that's for pagination. We can say refetch because it uses React query in the background. It also implements its own caching mechanisms. So we can definitely refetch the periods after we create one, right? Or try to update the cache, because we already have the period, right? We got it here. What we can do is add this new period to the periods, and then let's try. Is fetched error invalidates? No. Clear. What can we do here? Stale. Mutate. Let's read the mutate documentation. Not here, obviously. blitzjs.com. Mutate. Cache invalidation. Right, cool. So in a React component, let's go to the cache invalidation. Where is it? Set query data. Use query returns the set query data function you can use to manually update the cache. Calling set query data will automatically trigger a refetch for the initial query to ensure it has the correct data. Disable refetch by passing an option refetch false as the second argument. Okay, so we can get all of our periods, but also set query data, right? But then we also have a submit in our case as well. It creates a new period with a mutation, and then it uses the set query data to update that product, right? In this case, but it's only one product. We need to update the whole list. So let's try that. Except the is loading, we're going to use the set query data, and if it doesn't fail, we'll just say set query data, a new function with the periods and the new periods, right? So we got the old and we got the new. What is this? Does not exist on type pick query results. Okay, let's see. Find many absence. Okay, I guess we need to go to the queries, writing query resolvers, find one project arguments. Where is this? Use queries. Set query data. That's what we're interested in. Function to manually update the cache for a query. Well, exactly, yeah, but it doesn't let me. It does not exist in type pick query result. This is weird. There's a refetch, but it's more expensive than set query data, because set query data manually changes the cache, which we actually want that to happen, not anything else. After updating the cache, this will automatically call refetch to ensure the data is correct. Disable the refetch by passing refetch false as the second argument. But if we are doing refetch, I don't know. Set query data. Blitz JS set query data. It says does not exist. Let's see if somebody else had this problem. Of course. This guy says does not exist on query result, of course. Alright. Looks like this is because the version of Blitz installed is alright. This was 15 days ago. Alright, Brandon, let's see. 0.24, but this guy is 1.0.25. Okay, so there's a new update to the Blitz 0.25.0. Let's do that. Yarn install. Okay, so let's begin. There it is. We got set query data. Awesome. So we are not going to add disable fetching. We'll see in the networks tab. We'll see what happens. Let's just go and continue with the show. Okay, so let's do this year from 1st of July until next year, and then set the New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve here. Do the submit. Create absence period gets called. It says 200. Okay, it got me back the period, right? And then we called set query data. How did we call that? All right. It doesn't seem like we called it, right? Let's just get them here and starts to do some stuff. We have the panel heading here, so we can say periods.map, right? Do we know what the P is? It's an object. Use query. Find many absence tracking period arguments. Okay. Well then, let's go to the absence type thing, and let's see how we do this here. It's a list. We don't want this for now. Then we map this and then just add list items. So let's add a list here. And there we go. This is a chakra list. And inside we add a list item. It needs a key. Yes. The key will be p.id. And then we do an editable. Yeah, an editable thing, but not today. Because when I press on the edit button, I wanted, in this case, I wanted to inline edit the absence type name. But in our case, we just want to open the pop-up, which will be the same. Okay, then it's any. Okay. Can we actually import that? For example, import the type from DB. Absence tracking period, right? Yeah. And then can we do the use query but set the type to be absence tracking period so we know that it's no. What's the issue here? That does not satisfy the constraint query function. Well, let's set this as unknown, but then the second argument should be the return type. Alright, so query function. What about any? Now any does not go. Oh, alright. So periods will be an array of absence tracking periods, and when we map them, P will be automatically inherited, and then we have the ID here. Yeah. And then we can have a text. Inside we can say p dot from dot, because it's a date, gets date. Now we can play around with date FNS. Okay. Nice. So how can we do this? Formats. Yes. Formats. Formats. The first is the date, and then is the format. Nice. So we can have the year, basically. We want the year. The full year dash month. Yes. Not the whole thing, but and now because we have the dash. No, let's just keep it a space, a dash here, and then the 2. I guess this would make sense. Absence tracking period. Oh damn, yeah. This thing, we need to add an alias. Absence periods. Okay. Okay. Should be happy now. Oh. Compiled successfully. Well then let's go. All right. Just an aggressive suggestion. Enough to crash my app. Let's give it another go. All right, so makes sense, right? But I don't like the years here, so let's just add them right here. We use the European way, not the American, so day, month, year. Okay, so we have the list right here. We have the tracking period here. We need an update button like this one, which will trigger this same this model, but with predefined, you know, predefined values. And then instead of submit, it will be an update and a delete. So we need to be able to delete the button, or maybe just add a delete button here. Yeah. Let's not overcomplicate things. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, people. So let's go here to take a peek. We have the icon button. That's nice. We'll get back. We have the text here. Let's add the icon button. This guy. Okay. Pencil line. Exactly what I needed. Update, absence, period, tracking, period, on edit. Now something will happen. We just don't know yet. Let's just make sure that the styling is okay, and it's not, right? In that case, maybe we need to wrap everything in a stack. No, look at the horizontal stack. Okay, now a line of the items should be space, no, between, around, no, justification, justify should be between, yes. All right, so we got the name here, we got this. Okay, so alignment should be center. So we want the text to be a little bit below, right? So vertically centered to the button. And then we got this. Okay, so now this icon button, we want another button, which will be the delete button, right? So we also need another horizontal stack with this button, but also, where is it? This button as well, which is the delete button. Let's just import it. Delete, absence, tracking, period. There is no on click at the moment, so we'll just say console.log delete me, right? And that can be a popover, yeah, just like we have here. When we press on the delete, are you sure you want to delete vacation? Are you sure you want to delete day off? Maybe we need some calls here. So something similar needs to happen. Let's just grab all of this, take it here, move it here. I hate it that I need to manually import everything here. Well, that's what it is. Okay, so confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete this period? Okay, keep it simple. Console log. What is this? Delete confirmation. Console log. No. And then we need to do some again. Yep. Yeah, that killer 42. Are you Mark from Chakra? Or you're not Mark from Chakra? Okay, we got the icons. Let's check out the icons to bring them up. Icons. Chakra UI icons. Okay, so let's just add the icons as well. No, alright. Alright, nice. 1.0.0. I like this. Okay. Maybe the React thing. Maybe we need to change this, update it, because Chakra or Blitz, I'm not sure. I think it was Chakra. They needed to set the React version to be the experimental thing. So we also need to update that as well. Alright, but we updated everything. Let's just do a start and see if some things break. And if not, I don't know, maybe we can make like a 5-10 minutes break and then continue. Let's check it out. Set state inside component. Okay, so where is this? Let's also fix the React thing. So just get the latest. Okay. How about now? Nope. It's not going to work. Just yarn install. Let's sit at the experimental string and we can. Yeah. Alright, yarn start it should be okay. Let's give it a go. React DOM server does not yet support suspense. Okay. Maybe there's some dependency issues between Chakra 1.0 and Blitz. Because Blitz itself is still in beta. I don't know. It's alpha, it's not beta. Yeah. Okay, it started compiling some stuff. Are we in the clear now? No, we're not. On fresh projects, yeah. Yeah, let's try that. Yes. So, Blitz, new. I mean, let's just update the Blitz. The CLI tool. And then we can proceed. Yeah. Alright, let's take a little break. I don't know, like 5 to 10 minutes. Let's make it 7 minutes and proceed. What you guys think? Sound good? All right, cool. All right, so let's get back to this in like 5, 7, 10. Let's see the versions like right now. All right, so Blitz new dummy app. Doesn't matter. Costa, is this you? I think this is Costa. It looks like Costa's writing. Blitz is it's a framework built on top of Next.js. Yeah, so it's on top of Next, and Next is a React framework. So Blitz is a framework on top of a framework on top of a library. Yeah. All right, so let's go to dummy app and let's open the JS React Next Blitz. Exactly. Yeah, that's the. Okay, so this is the pure, as they call it, baby Blitz project. Sorry, I keep hitting my microphone here. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, see, this is the Blitz React. So we cannot just go Blitz React, right? We need to use the experimental. Let's see if it's the same. It is the same, yes. But then something happened, I guess, because right now we are experiencing some crazy issues here. Oh man. And we had it going. Like, oh, all right, we're back. Awesome. Easy and quick setup with predefined things. Yeah, and it's a very opinionated framework, this Blitz.js thing, but I really like it. It basically gives you, let me open the website for you. Basically, it's a full stack React. It works on top of Next. You got all the Next features, like I want this page to be server side, I want this page to be static, right? Or this page to be client side. And you can choose anything. But it introduces these, yeah, no worries. It introduces these two things called queries and mutations, right? So mutations are like create, update, delete, and queries are just get. And it's as you can see from the chart here, when you have, can you see the chart? Okay, yeah. So the first row is the client side, right? This is the browser, and this is the server code. This is the server side. If you're using an SSR page, so are they using GraphQL in the back? They're using React queries, and for the database communication they use Prisma.io, and that's the whole stack basically. And it's a good thing. For example, the queries and mutations that they give, I mean, they include on top of Next.js. If you are in, for example, client-side rendered page, right? Let me just check. All right, so the chat doesn't cover this. We have a client-side page, and right now we are developing this whole app as a client-side. Initially, I'm not sure about, you know, in future we could change it, but I just wanted to see how it functions on a client-side rendering. Now the use query, these hooks that we use from Blitz.js actually generate API calls for us, right? So for example, when we go here and we have the create holiday, right? And you can see, well, this is the option. Let's just reload. These are all okay. Yeah. So get holidays, right? We just say, okay, use the query called get holidays, but the query itself knows about the, you know, about the endpoint and about the method and everything. We just update, you know, we just pass on the payloads as we define them, and that's what's good about it. And that's Blitz.js with using the React query library. So this is the React query library. It also supports, I mean, check this out. You need to see this. We got nothing in calls, right? I'm going to switch over the tab and get back. And we have revalidation when the tab loses focus. Where is the API and the DB? Yeah, so right now in mutations, right? The create absence period that we actually created. This is the Next.js API, right? It's Blitz.js, but it generates the Next.js API, which will run as an Express API handler on the server side. But the illusion is like everything's into one pot, you know, one boiling pot. And I think that's what's good about it, at least for, you know, while it's in alpha, just to play around with it and, you know, and see how it functions for small projects, because everything's in one place, right? For example, we have the mutation here, we have the query here, and we have the client side, the front end page here. We have these use query and use mutation. We just locally import this functionality, right? And we just call use mutation, and that's it. Now this function will call the API call, right? We'll do the post / API / yada 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 with the data that's being, you know, that we need to pass. And it kind of puts like a good abstraction layer between the server side and the client side, but it takes care for the security and stuff, you know, for you, so you don't have to worry about, am I actually, you know, creating a database connection right from the client side? No, you're just passing from the client side, you're just calling an API call. It doesn't look like that, but it actually is that, right? We can see, for example, into the get holidays, and it's just on /API /holidays /queries /get holidays, and that's being generated based on the file structure that we have on the left side, right, into the project itself. So holidays, right, /API, that's automatically appended, /holidays, queries, and get holidays, right? And this is the path: holidays, queries, get holidays. And it automatically knows. Is the chat reacting slow or just me? I'm not sure. I don't know. So basically you got this function which is actually going to be executed on the server side, right? But if you wrap it with use query like this, then it's front-end opinion, meaning you don't give a crap about server side. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, you do write server-side code. You have you have your DB connection and everything. You can trigger. They just reuse the QQL hooks and create API in the back. Yeah. I think that's pretty much everything that's going under the hood. I haven't checked exactly what happens under the hood, but that's Blitz.js pretty much. And I also like, you know, it's a great API. For example, see, is loading, so it fetches it does the API call, it returns the is loading for you. You don't want to deal with server side much. You have all done. Yeah. I mean, Now, if you don't use like CMS or everything, right? If, for example, if you use Strapi, then I'm not sure if you're going to find the use for Blitz.js. Then you can just go with Next.js, right? Install React Query if you like these kind of things like is loading or stuff like that, and then you're done. You have your API connection to your Strap instance. But I like the approach. I also the set query data, right, and the invalidate cache, refetch, and stuff like that. I think everything's nicely put. Yeah, Brandon and the guys just need a little push to get to 1.0 when the the framework is stable. Dependencies, yeah, probably. I mean, it's 0.25. It uses an experimental build of React. Exactly. So it's not production ready. I mean, you can go in production with it, right? If you're brave enough, or just use it like for small projects like this. All right, guys. So let's take a quick break and continue in, I don't know, 9:30 in 7 minutes. All right, guys. Let's continue. I'm getting pretty tired, so let's just keep for, I don't know, like a half an hour until 10, and we can call it a day. All right. So, where were we? We got this working. We got this working. We got Chakra updated. Everything seems to work. Now we are in 1.0. Awesome. Nice. Okay, so let's create the... Okay, so no, we can just say set delete confirmation ID to null. So we just simply close the pop-up, and on yep, we are going to create a new mutation called delete absence period.ts. Okay, there's a delete holiday. We can reuse that one. Anything that's holiday, we can say absence tracking period delete arguments. That's cool. Absence tracking period. No. Period. Awesome. So this will delete the absence tracking periods. Right. Let's use that mutation. There's the create. We just need to add the delete absence periods. There's mutation const delete periods equals use mutation delete absence sense periods. Awesome. Now delete periods mutation. Yeah, we need to set call the... Okay, so all right, so we need to do the try catch thingy here just so we can some kind of like a fallback mechanism. We can try later on to test the app in all of the different, you know, use cases, and then try to do the catch things. So all right, so it's going to be return the deleted periods. Let's just get it anyways. Not sure we're going to need it, or we might need it. Await delete periods p.id. This is going to delete it. There's p. Oh no. There's a where, but we don't actually want that, right? Let's just say ID is a number. Data. No, will not create delete, and then we'll say where ID is just ID, or just ID. So we will not need this, and also this, and we got the input type to be the ID. Just give me the ID of the absence period and I'll delete it, but make sure you're an admin, otherwise you can hit the road jack, delete it, and then return it. Awesome. And we don't need data here, we just need the p.id in this case. It should be happy. Give it a second. Now, where did we change that? It was not here. Delete absence periods. it's definitely not here. Yeah, we changed the create and we didn't want that, so this should stay as create. Roll back, roll back. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's go back to the delete, and instead of where, let's just create a simple type with an ID of number. Let's get the ID. We don't need this guy. Where? ID, just ID. Okay, now delete absence period is actually the simpler form. And now let's see, is not true ID. What does it want? ID equals, yeah, that's the issue. Let's just keep it simple. P.id. I want P.id. So instead of doing this, we'll just say ID of number, and we don't even need this. So it should be happy. Where is it now? All right, there we go. Now periods exist, right? We can show a little toast message here, just to be fancy. Use toast. Nice. I think I used it somewhere. Use toast. Yes, in requests. And this is the success toast. There we go. Success. Okay. Absence tracking period deleted successfully. Nice. We're going to use this period results to invalidate the cache, right? So to say set query data. So we got all of the periods, right? And we need to split them. Let's Google that real quick. TypeScript remove remove object from array. I don't know, probably using splice, stuff like that. If we got the key, okay. Well, let's try that. Index periods, find index. What is the support for find index? Make sure. Okay, Internet Explorer is not cool about it. Yeah, I think it can work for now at least. .id equals p.id. Now we have the index, and we can say delete period of index periods, right? PR is okay. In that case, we don't even need the result back. Okay, and then we say set query data to be the periods again. Yeah, Internet Explorer. Right, so what we can do to make sure that is deleted, we can set a breakpoint into the sources field, and we're here, right? Delete this guy, yes. All right, let's dig a little deeper now. What's the index? Should be 0. Nice. Periods has 1. At the moment we delete it. Now periods is gone, right? Just make sure. It's an empty array. And now we can say set data. We have the toast. Nice. And then something else happened. All right, let's see what it is. So let's create a new one. July until the next July. Let's go celebrate New Year. There we go. First we need to create it. Okay, and in case we create it, we should close the pop-up, add a little toast created successfully, right? And then we want to delete it. Yes. Okay, that works. Let's just fix that thing. Let's just find it where it is. We have the popover here is open, set delete confirmation ID. Yes. This is the delete success, right? But that's okay. We'd actually need the other thing to the model. Yes, there it is. Model opens. Set model open to false. That's what we need. All right, so we have the period here. Nice. Set it to false and then just do a toast. But I'm feeling lazy, so let's just copy all of these things, add them here. And this will say absence tracking period created successfully. Let's reload. Create a new one. July until July, until we get drunk next year. Submit. Nice. The pop-up is gone and the toast is there. So let's just delete it again. Yep. Awesome. I think this works perfectly. All right, so we have the notion of absence tracking periods. We can create them, we can edit them, we can set the let's just create one more real quick and check it out into the database. Because I wanna show you guys the Prisma Studio. It's really cool. Let's go December. Nice. Submit. Now this is the Prisma Studio. It comes with Blitz.js, right? We can launch it using Blitz DB Studio. And that's not Blitz.js, that's Prisma. Where the config to DB is, of course, we have a DB file here. Let me show you that. There we go. So we have the index.ts, right? We get the Prisma client from Prisma, not from Blitz, just from Prisma. It can work in any project. And then we export everything, because that's how Blitz.js wants. We get the Prisma client here. If it's production, we do this. Otherwise, we do this. I'm not sure what this is. It's that's how Blitz.js want this to happen. I just copy pasted it, and then I'm just exporting Prisma, right? So this is the index.js, right? This is the Prisma client, the DB that we are importing, for example, in the, let's say, in here. This is the Prisma client. Now, how it actually gets, how it actually gets connected to the database and everything is from here, the schema.prisma file. On top of it, you have two things, and then you proceed with your model. So first, you create a data source, right? And in my case, the provider will be Postgres, and the environment will be database URL, which is just right now just my local Postgres instance here, right? There it is, days of. This is the database, and then there's a generator called client, which actually generates a JavaScript Prisma client for you, so you can interact. You can do these things. db.absenceType.find1 and whatnot. So There are multiple providers, but in this case, we just want the JS provider. And then you define your models, right? And when you run Blitz DB migrate, it applies the migration, but also creates these migration files here, which you can see. For example, this is the latest migration, right? And let me show you, I don't know, like one of the first ones. No models, right? Then I added the user photo. Okay. I added the user model and then the session. And then I added something else. I don't know, the absence, right? And the absence type. And I'm not sure when okay, so I added holidays here. User, session, absence type, and then there's holidays. So, you know, that's the migrations. That's how the migrations work here. There's a step, JSON. I'm not sure what this is. I haven't, you know, dug deeper into Prisma, but I like it, you know. I might start finding some things that, you know, make me angry, but for now it's super cool. And now there's also this seeds thing that you can use to run Blitz DB seed. It's going to search for the seeds, file here. But basically you can just dump some dummy data real quick upon, you know, starting your database, just to help you get started. That's the seeds.js file. So yeah, that's how the DB is, you know, integrated into Blitz.js. And I like it. It's pretty cool. All right, so we got the delete. Yeah. So absence tracking periods. Let's refresh this guy. Where was the refresh one? Yeah, there's the refresh button. Unable to run scripts. Attempted to serialize scalar null with incompatible type boolean. Okay. Yeah, thanks, man. Right, so let's just reload. I'm not sure what this is, but we have a problem. Find many is active. It's true. Grace period is true. Okay. Now this says attempted to serialize scalar with incompatible type boolean. Let's check it out. Prisma Studio. Let's see what's up. Looks like a bug. I can confirm. Okay, it's this year. Few months passed, but let's just find. It's been fixed in alpha 1.1.36. And what version do we use? Oh, but that's Blitz.js. That's not. We don't. No, we actually do. 2.9.0. Prisma clients. Prisma CLI and yeah. 2.9.0, but this is 2.0.0. So I guess it's something else then. Specific schema, you can quote your schema here. Okay, so well, let's just try restart the DB Studio just in case, because we did a few migrations since then. Yeah, that fixed it. So we're in the absence tracking period table, right? If you click on the plus, you get all of your tables here, all of your models. So let's go to the absence tracking periods. And this is our period here, right? From 1st of July 2020 until 1st of July 2021, and the grace is 31st of December 21. Awesome. And what's cool about this is, for example, when you create an absence here, right? You can click on the user and it will show you exactly which user it is, right? It's like a little window that opens up into a different table, into your PostgreSQL database, but you get this ID selected. It's like a select the user where the user ID equals 1 in this case, and you can just click on the user and see it immediately, right? So in I don't know, in production, if you want to dig deeper into the database and start querying some things, I think it's pretty useful. You know, it saves you some time. You just click on the relational field, right? Even here, if you click on the absence type, you can see it's the type ID is 2. That one's selected, and that's actually a vacation, right? What else do we have? This is a vacation. Everything is a vacation, all right? I'm not getting sick. I just wanna go on vacation. That's the idea here. But yeah, this is the Prisma DB Studio, as they call it, and it's super useful. Okay, so we got this in place. Editing, we still don't have any editing stuff. We got 9 minutes. Can we do this in 9 minutes? Update absence period.ts, right? We'll just get the create. We'll name this update. Did we name this delete? Yeah, we did. All right. So instead of create arguments, we can say update arguments, right? This is the update. This is the update arguments. Of course, administrator. We don't need the created at now, but we need the updated at, so we know that we updated it right now. What do we have here? We have data, but we need update. We have the data, but we also have the where, because what are we actually updating? Where? There's your data, there's your where. It should be happy. Awesome. It is happy. Yeah. So it's going to check if it's an admin. All right. Update everything that's being set, but also set the updated at to this date. So we know what's the last time that somebody updated that absence period. We update it, we return it. Awesome. So we're going to say use mutation again. Let's just create, say update, const update period equals use mutation update absence periods. Yeah. And upon clicking on the update, we want to set the ID. What was the name of that? Model opened. Okay. Set model opened to true. Yeah. But before we actually do that, we need to set the values here. Right? For example, I don't know. Let's click on this. It's always empty, right? When we press on this guy here, let's just save it. When we press on the edit, we need to populate the fields. These guys here. And instead of define a new tracking period, we need to name this accordingly. Okay, so let's define our new states. So updating period, set updating periods, use state which will be absence periods. It's null initially. When we press, where was it? We do this, yes, but before we do that, we say set updating period to BP. Right? Now we have the update period here. updating periods. That's actually the thing that we're looking for. We're in the model here, and we can say if the updating period exists, then let's say this. Otherwise, update the, I don't know, selected period. We can go creative a bit later on. Yeah. And then we have the day picker inputs. Maybe we should say initial value or like value or so, or value, yeah. And the value will be updating period dot from in this case. Okay. See if this works. 2 and Grace. Here, instead of submit, we also need to say if we're updating the periods, then say update, otherwise say submit. And in this case, instead of handle create period, again, if we're updating the period, we are going to invoke another function, handle update period. Let's rename this. Why do we need to submit here? Like this, yeah. Now this doesn't exist, so let's create it. Handle create, handle not create period submit, but update. Alright, so again, just for future console error, so I can get back to it someday. But let's get our periods updated. Await update. Which one is now? Update period, just update periods. I need to find a way to name these, the mutation function and the mutation function that we get from the used mutation. So I need to find a better way to name these so I can recognize them better. Right, so we get the update periods. Here, let's just say data and where. Yeah. Let's get back to it. So the data will be from equals from date to date, and then Grace date, yeah. And then what is this now? Grace period. Okay, yeah. Now we also need the where, or not like where is it? Yes, id equals updating period dot id. It's possibly undefined, but we will only execute this if it's not so. So we got the period here, yeah. We need to close, set model opened, set it to false, set updating periods to null or undefined, right? Shoot a toast. We'll define that later, and also get the new, update the cache. So set query data, new data. Okay, so it will be periods, right? But with the new updated periods. Let's just copy paste the toasts from here. Absence tracking periods updated successful. Okay, so let's see if this works. We should be good. If it doesn't work, we will see 2 periods. So let's see if it makes sense, right? Here we are, we have July, so let's try to set it to August. Edit, nice. August. And August. Let's keep this as is there. Okay, so define a new tracking period. Okay, that's... I think we changed that. No, right. These should be like this. Update the selected period. Now we do some August magic, and then there's update. Awesome. And as if you saw here, the July, there was a moment where we had the two of these, you know, the two states of the period, but then it disappeared. Now that might be, you know, not very polished, but still we got it updated. So let's check it out. If you go to absence, we got it immediately actually updated. So it's 1st August 2020 until 1st August. Awesome. So we got the crowd working. We can add stuff, we can update, and we can delete them, and we can also read them, as we can see here. So absence tracking periods are done in their most simple form. I mean, we can do some more stuff later on, right? For example, when we request a new leave here, as if you noticed, inside of the absence tracking period we have this absence thing here. So when we are creating a new absence, we need to link that absence. This is because you're opening it, appending it. Yeah, probably that's the issue. We can try to fix it real quick. Where is it? Updated successfully. Okay. All right, now let's do the same thing. We'll get the index, right? We'll delete that one, and we can append, well, not append, but actually replace that one. So there we go. We get the index. Instead of deleting it, we'll try to replace it, because we want to keep the order as well. If we have multiple periods, if we delete that one and just append it, it'll be on the bottom of it. So this is the created one, this is the updated one. So let's get the index of it. So PR equals updating periods. Updating period.id. It will definitely work, or no, just period actually. Yeah, period ID. Right? So is there a way to, let's see, periods replace? No, let's see if TypeScript has like a fine way. TypeScript replace object add array, sorry, replace object add index. Just a simple indexing stuff. All right, cool. Check if it contains, but we already know that it contains because we already render it. So awesome. So periods of index equals the new period, the new updated period, and we can just say set query data. Yeah, it will trigger a refetch. Maybe in this case we can say refetch equals to false, because we already have all of the data that we need, unless there are multiple administrators. In that case, multiple people can work on the periods at the same time, but it's a period. I mean, it's only one period at the time. But yeah, if it was something else, if multiple people are working on the same thing, then probably refetch we would need that, right? So we can, for example, when we update that thing, we can get all of the newly created changes from the other people that are currently using the system. So, all right, so let's see how this thing flies. We're going to get back to July. Awesome. No flickering. Yeah, thank you, Costa. And yeah, that's the absence tracking periods thing. We can continue, you know, making this bigger and bigger and bigger. But I think we have at least, you know, the basis. We have the basis put so we can build on top of it. All right, guys. I think now we can call it a day. It's getting pretty late. So what you guys think? I think Blitz.js is a cool thing. You know, maybe you need to be more diligent when you're coding, you know, not like this. Definitely get a better file structure in place, get some naming stuff and everything. But I can, yeah, thank you, Costa. I think you can build some pretty good stuff with this. Yeah, especially like the approach that, for example, everything's here, you know, I can just import this file into my front end, wrap it with a mutation or query, depending on what it is. Yeah, it could be slow, I'm not sure. I'm reading you just right now. Yeah, and basically, yeah, that's the thing that I like the most. Basically using my server-side code, wrapping it with a function like use query or use mutation, and then just use it downwards, and then that's it. And I think it's super cool. It's fast. You get one project, not two, and you don't need to worry about DB connections or where this is going to do. You get everything working. We just need to see how the framework evolves. And there's a Slack channel for Blitz.js. If you guys are interested, you can definitely visit it. Yeah, there is Slack. Yeah, and the people are super nice there. If you want to get involved, you'll definitely need to get into Slack. All right, so yeah, and the UI, the Chakra UI, definitely. I mean, it just got out like a few days ago, I think, and it's definitely super cool. It's configurable, and I don't know. I just like the way of it. You get to do a lot of stuff with not spending much time on configuring, coding stuff and everything. It just simply works. Just know the API and that's it. Awesome guys. I'm glad you like this streaming. I'm not sure when's the next time I'm going to stream, but it will be soon enough. Yeah, definitely in a few days, because I really enjoyed this. Yeah, it's super interesting showing you guys how stuff works and yeah, exchanging ideas. So, okay, I think we can call it a day. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Yeah, and thank you for Costa for the ideas and everything. Robert, nice to talk to you. And I'll see you guys the next time. Yeah? All right. Ciao.